Hello, my name is Dallas, and today I'm going to be finishing up the first game in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, specifically Great Ace Attorney Adventures, or at least trying to. I'm currently in episode 5 on the second chapter of the trial, and I don't know how much I have left, but I feel like it can't be too much more. And then depending on how long that takes me, I may dip into the second game, but I may also put this game more of an extended break after finishing this one. Okay, let's resume the proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. And I also did look up some of the trophies I may have missed. So I may go out of my way to grab a couple of those. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh yeah, Governor. I did, Gov, I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? This is gonna be hard work. Early in this trial, you gave the following testimony by your actions after you entered Winnebanks. As Bedlam soon as, weren't it? Was it was. You have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. Your brothers. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. No death of the sort. How'd you figure that out? You will now give formal testimony once again. You tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question. And this time, you will tell the truth. You shall have the pass your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. That, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Cinnamon Gov, we hear ya. Blab will squeak will peach. Or we did not confuse things over. We're rifling for nothing. We heard the gunshots. See, made us both jump. How the stuff we went flying. Libby didn't have to give me a fright. Taking the shooter to come out of the door and get us next. Took everything back where he found it. Scarborough straight into the back. Into him in the black. Finish out the pawnbroker, see? We even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Winnebank's countertop on the night in question. Now ransack? No. Finish, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry. With their own admission, these brothers ended the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, rarely sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't you make it sound a bit more cutthroat? Can't it be coincidence these men showed up at Winnebanks that night? There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. I want to see if I can get the trophy during this part, unless it has to be in the first part.
Hold it!
In this case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? No, we ain't exactly sweet clean, are we? Hey, Nash, we admitted to something like that, then people think we was up to no good. I kind of want to see if this lets me do anything. This just now appears to have got you thinking. Oh, well, yeah. I was thinking about me, bruv. Sulky. Oh? The one you've lost touch with? Like, or he could be a right nasty piece of work sometimes, that one. I was just gonna have me share the grub. We got anything to eat? You sound like a very mean man. Oh, look at me for sunshine. There it is. Got the trophy. Gunshot C made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. And now I should go through and look through that press information that I didn't see.
Hold it!
Let's let it ring on meal shiny. The only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's what you've done, landing yourself in even more trouble. Oh well, that's rotten luck. This is rotten apple eater. When it says explain your actions to the court, why did you ransack the victim's counter? You never ransacked nothing. And that's right. More like we tidied the place up. Sorry.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, shocked one was that much, yeah. Bag of Nervous needs to learn to keep his shirt on. It's not alright, blimey. Your dead granny would have woken up with that bang. Brother screamed like a blooming baby and fell over on the counter. Knocked over a load of books, candlestick, some skull whatnot. I got tangled some marionette, knocked over a picture frame, we knocked some scales on the floor. You really messed her working quietly then. Reckon me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. Then something made it was quiet as mouse, then all of a sudden bam. Picture staying right at the shot then. Next thing I know, there's a skull rolling across the floor.
Excuse me!
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Keep saying, I'm pretty sure being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react to us now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. Didn't even bother to mention it, only... But the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. But you just tell us what's on your mind. As you know, brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. The statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. I know Gov might have. Does ring a bell now that you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. Kinda feel like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here. I discovered that when his testimony's been any more sloppy than has thereto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy. You get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all come back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds. Right you are. Gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun."
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? Gov, we did. Although, suppose you were being honest? You're kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Kind of thing. Current acting tragically missed. Where the voice is coming from, could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door, behind the counter it was. From the storm where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. I'm a granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. So that would mean They both knew Mr. Windibank at the sound of his voice. So that would mean what? Ganesh, what? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel. Indeed it would. We didn't know the geezer. I suppose tonight, it when that bloke in all that fancy clobberins giving us the evil eye. Value your lives. You will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On my granny's life it is. And his granny's life it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. Summarize that immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it, look at all the places holding the gun. You should have fired it instead of yelling at the girl.
Hold it!
See that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands? I bet that was a sight. Two waving them guns at each other. Must got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, what the geezer say? Don't want to get shot? Didn't really sound like you meant it. More of an empty threat, you could say. Windibank is known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say they protect the articles in his keeping. He rarely put a bullet in someone's head if required. As someone, being himself, of course. Degree of extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night, and the person he was going to shoot beat him to it. Catch his goose proper. I do wish he'd squeeze the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. More or less at the same time. You heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Everything went dead quiet. They did a slapdash job tightening the place up. That seems odd, because the claim was that he shot... was that he was shot with his gun. So I think it would be weird that she somehow ended up with his gun. And also that there's another gun that hasn't been discovered. I think that's anything I need to examine there. I'm just going to try to present this. It didn't work. Something odd about their last statement made by the witnesses. See something out here indeed. Yeah, that worked. Okay. Maybe I'll try pressing the other ones to see if any new information comes out.
Hold it!
So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? On your life. Deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right at me. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? The way that was opening. Yes, of course, it was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. Buzzgov it was, from the inside. I had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Was there some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom? Like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps? There were no bells, don't light no lights. They couldn't run before we noticed anything like that. Still cut our teeth in the game, see, but one day... really cut the mustard. Please cut it out. But as you know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Unfortunately, she was in there unconscious with a gun in her hand. Would it be correct to say that neither of you stepped foot inside the storeroom? That's right. That's right. Couldn't have even if I wanted to.
Hold it!
Honey fired a shot from your own gun. Mr. Herlock Shums. Yeah, he was a bit hasty there. Wasn't as she was. To be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. You're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss. Good advice. Should be told me mine went totally blank. If your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. I thought we legged it down the street, but apparently looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped the derbies on us like winking. If we handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. Doesn't that prove done it? We shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
Why should we believe that? What? Well, because it's true, ain't it? Place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom. He'd been forced to open the door by the accused who had the gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses, everyone laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Winnebank. Correct? You got it, mister. Down to a T. The Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Winnebank. Is that really true? I wonder. Said that's the full extent of their testimony. What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. Pour some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, bud. I'm fine. It's such a logical thing, you'd probably laugh. I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. Nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Feelings can be very logical at times. People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. Take all that in, your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you describe. Conclude there's something suspicious about their testimony without knowing why. That's all. You need to trust your instincts. And I think she's 10 years old, I must be 5. But since I already made a bad guess, and I've already gone through all the testimony, let's actually do a quick save, just for safety. Oh wait, actually, there's an easier description for this one. The photograph.
Objection!
There it is. To the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winnebank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? Let's see, Gov, you got the picture? Yes, now she has, no question. And the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows Mr. Winnebank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromise the position of the accused even more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Chronology is severely lacking, counsel. That's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl. Hardly likely. I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue the cross-examination, counsel. See my earlier warning witnesses. Skulkin's never Skulkin. Okay, so I'm a bit confused as to what I'm missing now. I don't really get why they didn't take that photo, because at least the way they describe, there's 3 guns on the scene and 1 is missing. There's the pawnbrokers. Did I present the wrong photo? Like, it seems like they were criticizing me more for posting this photo because he doesn't have a gun, as opposed... I guess maybe try this one? So you're saying... Now, in the main question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it? You've got the picture? Yes, Nash, yes, no question. Yeah, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows Mr. Winterbank was not holding a firearm of any description. You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There'd be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winterbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. And then Malchula used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Exactly where you are, right there. The crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, but give rise to an undeniable and insignificant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Gonna see your sure, counsel. You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates the inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? I mean, it would be their testimony, but I can't present that. I don't think there's anything in there. Oh, single bullet wound from the back. Single bullet wound in the upper half of the victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claimed to have heard the shout of, "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Due to the 2 events happening almost simultaneously, or so you've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. But it's got on its truth. It is as it is. You were shot that night. Shopkeeper had a gun in his of her own bleeding eyes. I hear right just now. You actually saw Mr. Winterbank holding a gun. Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all just heard the admission by these 2 witnesses. That the night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, Silicon Brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, we're supposed to, it would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. Made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of the victim. I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with new lies. Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, I don't know, cut it out. Blab now. You know what it'll do to us. Who are they talking about? To make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There's no other option available to you. Oh, come on, the game's up. We'll have our guts for guards. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Basically, just got inside the gaff. He had a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me the gun, he bellowed. Then he flew at us like he was possessed. Thought we'd had it. For the geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. Took me over the counter. Pulled my gun at him. Then he legged it through that door in the back room. It had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. He's now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah. Sorry. Well, find ourselves in an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time. Time to ask this time. I got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel, for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it, the moment I've been waiting for. You say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Winterbank? Well, sorry, I mean, that's right. Keeping a close eye on the entrance of the gaff, obviously. Never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. Back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom. Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place he could have been. It seemed the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. That doesn't make sense, does it? Regina threatened Mr. Winterbank in the store with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Well, I don't know. Is he the accused at the time? The mall tooler? Couldn't tell ya. No way, Cobber, we had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. You mentioned that Mr. Winterbank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Did we? But the truth is, he shouted those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim Mr. Winterbank wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Well, I mean, a great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece. What we're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Winterbank with the gun at the time, is that right? His gov it is. Spot on. And all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. Both of them, I didn't know who's going for who. You're clearly all going for each other. Like I said, we thought we had it. I mean...
Hold it!
Guess I don't think you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course we did. You knocked over a load of books, candlestick, some skull, whatnot. Got tangled some marionette. Knocked over a picture frame. Knocked some scales on the floor. So in fact it wasn't the sound of a gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. A big brev here went flying over that counter like a gunshot. I can tell you then the old geezer pinned him. Yeah, she did. And been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds. At the time of question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There's a button under the counter used to activate it, which is presumably pressed by the victim. There when the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Winnebank did everything he could to protect his shop. He got him, then he laid it through that door in the back room.
Hold it!
We intend to shoot Mr. Winnebank. No, never. I was just, you know. Yeah, free bruv, weren't I? Being flattened, don't forget. My man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man flattened the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Shoved me away, then ran off the door in an instant and shot himself in. Something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. When Mr. Winnebank ran away into the storeroom. Well, according to what everyone's saying, then he was in there waiting for him, with a gun. Yes, that's right. He allegedly used Mr. Winnebank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, let the gun end up in Mr. Winnebank's hands again. I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? The inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. The point is, me and Bruv here. Finish, that's right, me and Bruv here.
Hold it!
Say it had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing of nothing. Old geezer went and shot himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. You know it's because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. In the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there's only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Is there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Winnebank? Mr. Skulkin? What? What's that look for? The mummy admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night. The course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is, who could have shot Mr. Winnebank? It is the belief of the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. Here's a concern which is locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what are the possible answers to the question, who shot the man could there be? Counsel must now provide answer to the court in respect of two conundrums. 2, my lord, twice as many chances to be right. Namely, location of the culprit shoot the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Alright, Runo. Not entirely sure. there's one thing I am sure about. I prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, but changed Gina's prospects hugely. So no time for some clarity. Show me the core on this plan the answer to the question posed by his lordship. So I feel like it has to be outside the door because the way that they described it is that he ran into the room. So if he was shot in the back, it could have been as he was running into the room. I'm going to save that just to be safe. I feel like this might just be a case where
Take that!
we could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from this location indicated, where was the victim at the time? I'm gonna say in the doorway. This believes the victim would have been in this position here. Does in fact show? No positions such as those you have indicated on the plan. What are you saying? The questions are, from where did the culprit shoot the victim? And where was the victim at the time? Let's see why we can't show that someone other than Ginny could have done it in the storm, do you? It's just the right way of looking at it, I suppose. Someone other than Gina in the storeroom. Let's give it one more try, and then I may load. I may load the save there just to...
Take that! Take that! Objection!
Okay, let's go ahead and load that. The only other thing I can think of is that I can't have them in the doorway, which is also possible. Because like if it's based on the floor plan explicitly, then it has to be somebody else in the room, but they have to be behind the victim. That's pretty much the only way it works.
Take that!
Victim would have been in this position here. I had to choose a place outside the storeroom. Okay, so maybe I try one more time. Because at least the way that I'm thinking it is the brothers could have shot them as they were running into the storeroom. Thing is, I don't know if it really matters where I put the culprit in that case, as long as Mr. Windibank is outside of the storeroom.
Take that! Objection!
But I don't know exactly where they want me. Questions are, from where did the culprit shoot the victim, and where is the victim at the time? See if I can get more information. If I can't, then I'll reload that and try another position. Because of these permits we're gonna make, can't let them get away with it. I was just kind of reading there, trying to take it in to see where I could have pressed before. The less evidence at my disposal this time to prove that they did it. Come so far. Now's the time to finish them off. I'll do my best. Is there anything else? That I could use that obviously has something on it. I don't think it's going to be anything of the Gilded case, because I think that's going to be later. I don't know anything with this paper. Oh, for genamine. Press headline B. I think I already read that. Is there anything on the back? It shows story lower down in the front pages. Well, look. Ministry mode classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Her 10-year-old? Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. About secret communication between Great Britain and its allies. Hearing they're being intercepted by hostile nations? Communications are being intercepted? How would somebody be doing that? Question, isn't it? But 3 different possible methods so far. You're looking for a new career, Runo? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Laura Strongheart was talking about yesterday? Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Greg C. running from pillar to post at the moment. So I got the evidence updated, but the only thing I could think of is, based on the plans that are laid out, if he threw the brother over the counter from behind the storeroom and then pinned him to the ground, that would mean that he ran all the way around the counter and then into the back room while having a gun pointed on him. So if it's, I feel like it has to be one of these, either this 3rd or 4th statement. I'm trying to think of how to open up, because there was a thing they mentioned of a mental note. So I think I want to try presenting the floor plan to them when he said he got...
Hold it!
That was the wrong button. Because he said he got shoved out of the way. So I'm wondering if I had the right idea, but if it was like the wrong place for the shooter. But I can't think of a way to prove that, and it didn't seem like the option when I was given to select it gave me much to work with. Because in order to progress the trial, I have to show that somebody else was able to shoot him.
Objection!
Okay, let's maybe see if my idea is right, where... Let me check one thing before I do that. The autopsy said instant death. And no other signs of trauma. So let's see. This one feels tricky just because I don't know how precise they want me to be on the floor plan, and also...
Take that! Take that! Objection!
So the only other option is that they're shooting from... Wait, so I want the culprit, let's say over here. Like, I don't know how specific they want me to have the angle, because the build up to this is that he could have been shot while running into the storeroom. That's my idea. Hope shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winnebank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood in the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body is moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you're adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, we got him, and he laid it through that door into the back room. Mr. Winnebank ran away through the door. We have to assume that the door was open at the time. Is it precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life? That these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. From When you think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. Report says the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Poor man shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course, he would have been leaning forward as he was running away. Even if the ball was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body in an upward trajectory. The culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Winnebank. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storm door was found closed and locked from the inside. Claimed the victim was shot as he fled into the room. He also claimed his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock. What if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. The scenario just described. The defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from the outside the storeroom. States who shot and locked the storeroom door from the inside. That would be Gina.
Take that!
Was he the person who locked the door? Was he only the person inside the storeroom at the time? The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? His actions only served to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel, remember that? Of course Jenny would have locked the door. It goes without saying, doesn't it? It does. Well, if I was Jenny in that situation, I mean, a guy was just shot and there's people with guns in the store, so they would try to lock the door. You know, I've locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? But yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winnebank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Winnebank must have heard the intruders breaking into a shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us. If your theory is correct, that will leave the accused alone in the storeroom? Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Winnebank fell to the floor, where he was just inside the storeroom. What we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Winnebank. As soon as the thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on. We never shoot no one.
Objection!
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Winnebank's murder. Where does this leave us? You mean say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? Should have known it was those three brothers. Look as shady as the dense forest. Amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. No, first time ever. And probably the last. I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give verdict of not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing. I find the situation amusing, Lord Von Zeeks. Myself find the defense argument most persuasive. I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial Eastern nation. Such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pedophagy here. What? Fallacy before it so ostensibly, credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? Say Lord Von Zeeks. Might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick, or whatever it is, to the troops on the ground. Fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. George, count bullets? Oh dear. He noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Council? Yes, sir? Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your Lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Winnebank, and Skulkin Brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago. These 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. My goodness, I think you'll find that the single bullet was fired from the brother's gun. Hey, Mr. Sholmes, it means. Mr. Winnebank, not shot by the same gun. Only 1 bullet. Exactly. I think the street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument, however, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollow nectar into the public gallery. Lord Von Zeeks. This court needs to open its eyes. The accused Miss Gina Lestrade is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. And the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. He has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As you can see beyond doubt, this print which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. That disc. Taking that whatever it is of McGilda's down to the yard. Thank you very much. Gonna skim over the flashback. Yes, that music box disc. McGilda's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winnebank, Hughes attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. Of another subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add. By brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim testament to the defendant's character. Lord Von Zeeks, Inspector Gregson? What? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that this wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Von Zieks at all. I'm unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted, thank you. Prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed. Bailiff. Music box disc has been entered in the court record. Prosecution has established the accused motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo. My lord, I wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. I'm stumbling about in a bit of fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, the answer's barely obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. We've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. It's my line. I wrote that, for Hurley. Dare he used it against us. Darius, I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We'll proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garrett Squadron is primed ready for action, sir. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. Only two bullets are found at the scene. I would say the whole case is done and dusted. Any scary scope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. Never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. Accused attempted theft on the previous day. Same in for a busy day ahead. Ballistic expert, I've seen many shootings. There's nothing I do not know about guns. Little remaining room for doubt. To admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. When I fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. Whole courtroom was turning against me. The prosecutor's being mean. Just because Jenny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage, while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. Yes, my lord. So first I want to go for the surgeon. It me, Chris Pratt. Very good. Thank you for the follow. What's rogue? Rogue, I say? let's see what the surgeon has to say.
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? Ben's life is on the line here. But the thing is, I can't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? Yeah, the character designs are pretty good. Oh, Smith. Oh. Granted, it also, they pointed out in this that the jurors are reoccurring. Like, 4 of these jurors had already appeared as jurors prior, or as just other random characters. Honestly, I figured it was an alt, but I had no idea who it was. So I want to ask, with the surgery you've been muttering about all this time you're operating on, what was the fellow's name now? Herlick? No. Herlock? No. Hairlock? Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord. The Hairlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated Mr. Sholmes? By using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. He said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. Funny thing is, whatever's insides with the fine-tooth comb and couldn't find any bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I'd throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. Hate to state the obvious, but maybe that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. Counsel Forensics is correct. As is clearly shown in this photographic print, the bullet the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, and exited his body and lodged in the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. You find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. When I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did. There wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. What? As a point, the only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. It is exactly why I said about slicing him up. I'm still none the wiser for now. How many times do I have to say it? Can you please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? Almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. I mean, that's an easy pit. The guy who says he's a ballistics expert.
Objection!
Have them chat it out. Statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Ballistics expert. Pitting P-I-T-T. The night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume that the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. There's apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Be able to explain the mystery. I've seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night, there was blizzard. I was running away along Mountain Road and freezing cold. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road, very narrow and dangerous. Pursuers had hunting rifles. They were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind, fell down in snow. The situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. They could not find bullet in my body, and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. A deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, a piece of ice quickly melted inside me. As a solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all. Shooting happened in the pawnbroker's shop. At some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. You know where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. That's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. Where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may. Lord Von Zieks? I realize that it's forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question from the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry. As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well, while extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. This is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So that night, the bullet from the Skulkin Brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. It was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into a wall of shop. Delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. Pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Ah, thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence. This pouch isn't scruffy. Pouch Mr. Holmes was wearing around his waist at the time of the shooting. One of the glass files was smashed and there are scorch marks around it. Information examination. Vince is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here. Still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it. I'm gonna wanna examine that. I think that's the bullet there. This file's been smashed to pieces. Presumably this is where the bullet struck. As the bullet hit the chemical in that file, there would have been a really big explosion. A big explosion? Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does. They're also quite tricky to handle, safely at least. They're very dangerous. Oh. I'm sure that when this file broke, the chemical inside would have ignited. Note to self, always walk on the right hand side of Sholmes in the future. The left is a danger zone. Also a big bulge there. There's a hole here at the back. Doesn't look like much like a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force. Something must appear to somehow to have left this hole behind. Mr. Chum's in his pouch but took a beating, did they? Can I open this up? No. At least not there. There's crushed badly just here. The strap is broken, look. Must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. There we go. What the? Iris, look. Behind where the broken file was, do you see it? That's Skulkin Brothers' bullet. Stroke of luck that it hit its pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. Found exactly what that juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. Time to press that juror again, I think. Probably talking about the maid.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. The parlor maid asked me how many are invited for dinner. I was telling her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose. There was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware. I'd have to reconsider my position. The 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? I'm going to show you then. The 3rd bullet.
Take that!
Aptly named the 3rd bullet. Here it is, we discovered it just now. Yes, on that in question at Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery? Unipedes conjure. Where'd you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Shum's pouch. What? The pouch was moved from around Mr. Shum's waist before he was taken to the hospital. Fun fact about Sherlock Holmes has been public domain. Being able to use the name Sherlock Holmes can be tricky. Forget who owns the right to Doyle's books, whether it's state. Picky about people using the name when giving them some sort of royalty. And that's why they have Sherlock Holmes. I do wonder if it also... Because at least from other media I've seen, it seems like if they're directly referencing a Sherlock Holmes book, or they're presenting it as a new character, it seems like using the name is fine, where if they're presenting it as like a one-to-one comparison to the character, that seems where it gets a bit foggy. Like this is set in the time period where Sherlock Holmes would be, as opposed to like Lupin the Third, which aired a part recently where it was like modern day and just a person using the name Sherlock Holmes. That being said, his pouch moved from around Mr. Shum's waist before he was taken to the hospital. Since then, it's been touched by no one. Do you mean to say, the shot fired by the Skulkin Brothers that night? As your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. I already know where the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Shum's. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windibank, and that belonging to the Skulkin Brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered at the crime scene. Your Majesty, okay? Yeah, it seems like... I guess it probably depends on whether they're trying... I think the distinction is whether it probably relates to a more modern version that still uses the same, like, Sherlock Holmes image, for example. Like, if the publisher released a new Sherlock Holmes book, like, after it went into public domain, they might still be able to tie up copyright in the newest variation of it as to how the character is presented. I've also heard in, like, live action, they have to be really careful with how they present the character. Oh. Just going back to the game. Unto that incontrovertible inconsistency somehow explained. Must not pass judgment. While the summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As my prerogative in this situation, hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Witnesses. Governor. You're listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it? I make nothing of it. I can help it. Is it one of yours? Probably up. Not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? Never. Skulkin brothers work alone. Just the two of us. That's our trademark. Let's don't forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? I mean, that's an head scratcher. Counsel of the defense? Yes? I'd like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. Third bullet, the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard, and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. Either they had a gun, or they had an accomplice. If they had another gun, then they would have had to have disposed it, which doesn't seem practical. I'm leaning towards the third option because it seems the most out of place of these 3. I believe it has nothing to do with them. That's right. Had nothing to do with us. We established that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 guns already known to the court. Logical conclusion, therefore, is that on the night in question, in Mr. Winbank's pawnbrokery, there was another person present in possession of a third firearm. Whilst the brothers may have had nothing to do with the third gun or the bullet fired from it, it's inconceivable that they had nothing to do with the third man. The brothers were working with an accomplice. The accomplice was carrying a gun. An accomplice, you say? These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. In all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man, and this apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof. Evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. Skulkin's lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel? So to prove the existence of this accomplice, be the person's identity even, Response to the prosecution's demands, my lord. The defense is... Ooh, this one feels like a tricky one. I think I gotta give myself a safety net. Because, as far as evidence goes, the obvious tell would be the blood that's all over that calendar. But, if they want me to present who the blood belongs to, I can't do that. Because it's an unknown person, and the only clue we have is that their blood will show up green. I don't think I can present who it belongs to. Defense is unable to complete a sentence, it would seem, much as provided incredible answers here. So it appears so. Very well, this trial will now... Okay, I guess I have to. Hey, please. Good gracious counsel. I have to get the momentum going here. Can't give up now. Just like scientific research, if you ask me. When you start doubting yourself and think you can't possibly work something out, you become blind. Even though in truth the answer you're looking for is right there in front of you. The answer is right in front of me. Actually, there is one thing I did forget about.
Hold it!
Community's friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. Your earlier tongue-tied display will not go unpunished. Oh. There is one thing I did not do yet, which I actually can. I can now examine this blood stain from earlier. We're gonna look. This is blood. Yes, you're right, just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually feels like I might have noticed that before. It's my time to shine again. Thought I'd be waiting forever. We'll still with that disc. We'll get this done quickly. It's green. There we go. That was the piece that I was missing. Lovely bright shade of green again. Wait, that color? What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? The same portfolio has been updated in the court record. Okay, so now I can present who it is, because I have something to back it. I wish I bit my tongue instead of speaking before I made up my mind. Would have hurt less. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. The night question at the moment leading up to the death of the victim. Proof has there that there was a third intruder present at the scene. That one is going to be the blood samples, which are there.
Take that!
Evidence is right here, in this portfolio. Much of that portfolio again, is it? You expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. And one of those blood samples proves the presence of a third intruder. But which one is it?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? Appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. Bloodstain? Green blood? Curious, even for you. Does the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective? New invention, not appeared yet in the story. As you see, it doesn't have a name yet though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see? Because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Well, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in the courtroom. Very exciting. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. A striking blue. Yes, I see the green color of this bloodstain in the calendar. Because somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Well, if either, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. Therefore, we can assume that whoever shot was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skeleton brothers are in the stand, don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. It must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
His identity, the court is still waiting to hear. We can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who's his alleged third intruder? That's gonna be Edgar to Benedict.
Take that!
The man's name is Edgar Benedict. Edgar Benedict? What on earth are you talking about, Consul? He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. And the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Edgar to Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Let's skim past the flashback. But Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. In the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Take it from one of his red-handed recorder, Gubbinson's. I said some talking to Mr. Windibank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. Skulkin. Never seen the geezer before me life. On me life, Gov, on me life. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned media's friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove that the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree, we must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I'm feeling something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel. Yes, my lord, the defense will present the evidence now. The man pictured in this photograph print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. So I want to check one thing first before... because it's probably going to be the music disc, but I want to check to see if they did add a new sample for this. But I feel like I can present either one and it should be right. Try the music disc.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from the Windibanks. Which is when the aforementioned Edgar Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. Being a Mizu box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. The resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My sis and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. And we added the results to this portfolio. Say it's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict was in Windibanks earlier in the day, as the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. Lord, it is the opinion of the defense. Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It certainly seems that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. Flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. Protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. The god of protection or some such. And now you employ chemical substance devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstains turned a shade of green. What of it? Here she's successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well, and pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Shum's word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Shum's concoction a load of rubbish? I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Shum's invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But, what other choice did I have? I was remembering what Father Christmas over there said before, about how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief, what did you say, young girl? The summation examination, the decision has to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? The way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you've quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you said. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Shum's partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. Did the shrewd persists of the situation from an entirely unexpected source? It must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings on this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Two call guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
Lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, they're too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. So I learned von Ziegs. The outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Edgar de Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. So I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who's that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5. What have you to say, madam? If possible. Inspector? And me? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown. Alright, yes. This one, you mean? Of Mr. Benedict? Ah, yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say. You know this man? Yes, I know him. What? Juror number 5, how on earth? I'm a communications officer. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is also a communications officer. He works in my office. A very talented operator, in fact. He should be in the communication station now. Tapping on the telegraph. It doesn't seem right somehow. Can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose you all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. The gentleman is at London's communication station. We should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Von Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. Court will recess for 1 hour. The new witnesses arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. In my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Hopefully I get my chances back, because I did get a few whiffs in there. But made it to part 3. And it seems like this is going to be... This feels like the last part. It feels like we've got to pretty much the end of new things that can show up, and it's going to be the big reveal. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards our frequent cold shoulders now. Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point? I got out of this trouble and fight so hard. For the likes of me. What? You saw that picture? What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Will one pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court? Surely you've gotta have your doubts about me now. Can't still think I'm innocent? Of course I can. I didn't want you to talk to us. Tell us what really happened that night. Ernest cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear from you. Alright then. It was after we had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? We all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped down and went down to the street to the 2-to-1 to Winterbank's place. I had to know if the story was there or not. The Hound of the Bastion fails. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something that Sholmes don't like. Nobody don't want people reading. That's why I lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. She broke into Winterbank's. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. As dark as you like in there. I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... I grabbed a gun off the counter and was waving in the air like... I don't know what. Drew was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The manuscript. If you got it here. Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other? If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. I do it anyway. I just want to see it's here. That's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? Oh, I know Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please just let me see it, and I'll go. Oh, very well then. Oh, for pity's sake. Stop waving my gun around, would you? Suddenly, Ilkov unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, alright. The manuscript. Sholmes were in line after all. You know that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out of the main bit of the shop. Skeleton brothers arriving on the scene. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Your mates are some burglars convention here tonight and that I don't know about. I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. Better go take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh well, I'll come with you. Don't be foolish, young girl. Must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. Now with that, take the gun out of your hands and walk back out into the shop. Looking back in the storm, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Telling like they got into a bit of a scrap, I started to think I should help. I was just about to go out to the storeroom. I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there was... right at my feet. Lying face down on the floor. Right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it, as quick as you like. Because thought whoever shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you. Guess I went to grab the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. But funny, and me all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. It was me when you passed out. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive. You tell police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? Well, I said if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. I'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. I was about to put the real culprit through the mill. The couple was there in the afternoon. The Eggert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me. Like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. Appreciate your honesty. What? Leave it all in Runo's capable hands now. Mr. Naruto? How will you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Mine was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilden. He told you a whole pack of lies. You got Bogtrotter off of him, even though he was the killer. No, I could never forget that. I did what I thought was best at the time. Paying the air of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. To leave that bay on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. What if I'm lying? Could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position. I was accused in the trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. As strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who done it. There's one person who stood for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend? I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious. They had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? Promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, keep believing in you. So don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver, and a no good liar, you're not like McGilden. I know that. That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. You know you better than you think. We come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. So that's all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, I am. Defendantly Gina Illustrator, legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. I'm both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another, putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Sato-san. I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Here we go, this court to order, so we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Von Zieks, here he successfully subpoenaed the witness. Subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Let's turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's persist the case heard by the court this morning. Declaring mission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. Now the defense's chemical analysis of blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument. I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross-relate me. A very big mistake. My lord, a subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Edgar Benedict, I expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. And of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Gray and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with the murder that took place at a pawnbroker on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. This feels like it would be very easily avoidable if they just examined him for a bullet wound. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time, but are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. You deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem that we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea, some small consolation at least. Let's not hold Mr. Graydon any longer. The necessary counsel proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Edgar Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are? Inosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, Enchanta. So. I just we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. I got all 5 strikes back.
Hold it!
Guess we've met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Edgar Benedict, I believe. Tell me what made you...
Objection!
Witnesses here testify about events that took place that night. He's under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. Can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So it's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away? This could be tricky.
Hold it!
Have you seen these 2 men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Sabbath man introduced himself as Edgar Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there, in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Really needless to say.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning in the night in question? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire? Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. Be able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nibinese friend. But you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. Your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene. The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You'll fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Silent victory wiggle, thanks.
Hold it!
But it was not at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Trump's chemical analysis positively identified the substance as such. I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? I can be certain that the blood is mine. It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Trump's chemical is able to differentiate. No. Who is this Trump's character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know that name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. Even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. Great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skalkin? What, me? No, the Mr. Skalkin next to you. I'd have had it up here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Bro Skulky. Mr. Nash Skalkin. Behind me, Governor. What? It's not the case when Mr. Graydon just spoke. A thought went through your mind. Would you care to share that thought with the court? Any thoughts? I don't have none of them. Must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skalkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honestly, nothing. I was just thinking. Wave his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again. That's all. What wound? We took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him. And... oh. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm? My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer everything in relation to their mindless insinuations. You know someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago? From the height of the bullet, hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain? No, I refuse. You've shown evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery, where this fellow was killed whatsoever. Take offense to the insinuation that I was in any way involved. claimed to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. My lord, defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with the testimony. Mr. Graydon? I mean, that's gonna be an easy one. Because there's a photograph of him there. Except it doesn't look like it was added to evidence.
Hold it!
Have anything to do with it? Forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
No, you're there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Right. Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon? Well, yes. I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at the time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, no. I'm afraid I don't remember. Too clearly? What? But you must. I'm gonna go to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Gracie showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windibanks? Yes, of course. Indeed, the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. May I enter the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more? This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. Why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Reno? He has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. At least I managed to provide a little more information from the witness's lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it, after all. So he says he had nothing to do with the Windibanks. Well, we know that that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. So is it one of the pawnbroker's tickets? Because I thought originally that there was like a handwritten note that he had that encouraged him to go to the shop that day. Identifies Mr. Mason's. Handwritten notes on the back of the photograph. The only thing I can think of offhand is to present the music disc. And also because I'm pretty sure that this is going to be a fairly long part while it finishes everything up, let's not waste too many on guesses early on. Oh wait, he was carrying the flyer before with the instructions on it. But let's try presenting the music box disc. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why is this supposed to mean something? The disc was until the day of his murder in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That afternoon, however, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I've reiterated numerous times now, you're mistaken, that was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there's a small smear of blood on the disc. As resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood. The thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. But gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Oh, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it, no, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying, "For McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night." Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Winterbank's. I think Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? No likelihood. He's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Winterbank's in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you commence your cross-examination, please. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You're certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Shall I pawn my fine black overcoat to the broker in question? I think that was your overcoat. Obviously, in my haste, I clean forgot. The music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there's a note in it that reads, "For McGilden. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I've heard that Mr. McGilden, a gentleman's club in the city, was interested to discover that he shared my pension in that area." So the disc in question? It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilden hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat that you were forced to pawn? Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilden had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, we're going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Mrs. Straight lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection!
Mr. Straight did no such thing. Of course he would take that stance, but the girl's a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant you're looking for. That's what brought you to Windibanks. Get your hands on Mr. McGilden's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend, it's a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. And I'll continue my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Have you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purpose of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. You notice that the pickpocket had taken your ticket you chased after, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such as the art of the pick purse. When I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once. No dare claim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. So he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. And then, of course, this was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilden as evidence.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Inspector? Well, what do you mean? That last remark Mr. Gray made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. And no, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilden's possessions? I can tell you something like that. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilden, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned through the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Fonzies? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume? The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, you want to get more out of me. You need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Von Zeke's here. It would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let's return to your testimony. Valley, my lord.
Hold it!
Perhaps you've seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. No. The valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear. He broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGillicud's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. Nothing McGill's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Maybe I have some evidence? Let him have it. Dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Gill slipped the disc in his coat pocket and had it deposited Windibanks. Then when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about the witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. Police are obviously after anything left behind by McGill as well, so Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregson's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. Just don't know what it is. Now I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Gonna do another safety save because the obvious thing to present in this case would be the other shop ticket. Problem is, I also don't want to accidentally present the wrong one. Cause this one... This was the small box.
Objection!
This disc was deposited at the Windibanks on Magnus McGill's instructions. You knew that. You went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. In any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police after that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend. But that's not true. What? Mr. McGill had another article in pawn at Windibanks. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves, there were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks pawnbrokery. The reason I broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What did the man deposit in? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article's been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There'd be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. So that means for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
Can I put an end to this nonsense, my lord? Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Von Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windbank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Expect to show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Please red-handed record us again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was first with automatic cameras at 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbank received his customers. The other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilda's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 PM on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items in the shop front. Now what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. It's at 11 PM on the 15th of April. Victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Though I must say, place them side by side leaves me cold. Jimmy, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. Explore the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. You might have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. Count every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. My learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilda's pawn box. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Reno? I've been thinking. One of these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in light of evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? Can I already examine those photos? I'm gonna want to use a piece of evidence, partially because I can't really get a good enough look at those photos to actually try it out. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. What piece of evidence do you intend to use here to help you identify a discrepancy between the 2 prints? I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the 2 prints stereoscopically. Oh yes, you've caught the bug at last. Can't resist it, can you? You got the cross-eyed compulsion. Turn number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Reno. put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. I look through the eyepiece. Well, that's very obvious. Wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? Let's identify the location in question for the court. This location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Take that!
Granted, these prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelf. By suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact it's the very small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mind this guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved down the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but Ray McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? I mean, yeah, because the box was containing something. I believe this changes everything about the case. How could that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, you have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
It won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Von Zeeks. Bailiff arranged for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. Beg your pardon, Lord Von Zeeks. It's nothing but a smokescreen. An EPD specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My late friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. This witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilda from the pawnbrokery. The common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Your lordship recalls Mr. McGilda perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society whose reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend, in his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of his pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept, even if the man tried to make a gift such things to me. This make a rather lot of sense, not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGilda was rich enough. Cannon's Pawn is a cash-to-pawn program, I'm quite certain of that. Prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It's incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Able to show proof that the disc or box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Runo? You know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilda's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny, could it be that Von Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he's anticipated everything. But maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Oh, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Aren't the exact significance of the things that McGilda deposited with Mr. Windibank? It's something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage her chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Other defense would like to make a proposal. A proposal, counsel. The court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilda's small box. I'd like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? Is due to the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. I prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Oh well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing? In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Von Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well. If you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. The witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. And I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. The articles of Mr. McGilda deposited in the Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. The testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilda. The omnibus case was interesting, to say the least. Now here we are all again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, an Ebony's friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilden. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilda died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Mrs. Lestrade? We can tell the court now, please. What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean. I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. What about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Mrs. Lestrade. This is extremely important. But remember, little girl, it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago. The Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hellbent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilda's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus are secrets of which we have been thereto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You revealed the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then, everything's going to come out. Like Von Zieg said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Just as the Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time, the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat. I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me, and then that pair of the roof deck went off to call the slops. Then McGilda slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop around about. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. You've just told the court. It bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord? Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilda's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The action of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. Lottie, Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, didn't know nothing about it. I don't think so. I really expected to believe that. Really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation. To get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. The lies have to stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of McGilda's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well. my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Where's family? The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, my lord? I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. And Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Hold it!
You were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? Remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. In testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me to say. It's important you tell us the truth now. Are Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. But anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I only dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like something keeling over on the floor. Bloom and loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah. So it gave me away.
Hold it!
This disc you saw, this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc belong to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. Then he sat in the cove with a knife and his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? Told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was, where I lived, and that. Asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapid noise.
Hold it!
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses, and McGilded got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. As the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. They immediately left to fetch the police. It appeared they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So left Miss McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I had the cabin door open, a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Fellow went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened. And stuff like that, mainly. Mr. McGilded slipped the driver some tin to run at the pawn shop. Okay. That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Von Zeeks. McGilded took off his coat, gave it to the driver, pulled it up all careful-like, before I handed it over. When I saw him do that, I remembered thinking, the coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob. You know, sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? Remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery? The driver looked pretty happy when Gilda flashed some brass in his face, and he went rounding off at the lick. The box driver called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Hold it!
Then knew how exactly. Told me I'd only be able to Scarborough if I did exactly what he said, which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said, which was, told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop. Make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Will I never. That if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. Maybe with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGill have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. There seemed to be only one logical explanation, my lord. McGill had the driver deposit at Winnebank's was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important, that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that he let me go, so I liked it before the copper showed up. Gina can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Didn't you really put her faith in you, Renault? Guessing to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. But I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. Suppose I should. Another thing? What's that? Take with those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. Wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Hold it!
Guess that makes sense that I wasn't hearing anything from either of them.
Excuse me!
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Regison and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon? I'm trying to give me a heart attack. Been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is this discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one. Think you got anything to talk about with that shady gen like this? I had nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Mrs. Strayed. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It appeared that on that night 2 nights ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. The negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. The parties involved began to quarrel over price. McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. But why not? They're only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mrs. Strayed, it appeared Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. You know why that would be? Ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He's probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking about ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. A mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it is a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Oh, another part. I expected it to be longer, I didn't expect them to break it up that early. So on to part 4 of the trial. This is the article in question, is it? Someone box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. On the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Let's open it and see what's inside. It's a music box. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Although in truth, an inkling that might be the case. It appeared that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Winterbank's at much the same time? That's strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was a disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why? For heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaster was trying to sell his music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord. Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. But this may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection, but know that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of the prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. It's just the same note playing over and over again, in a regular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. The officer sent to fetch it, didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Much regret? I fear the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there trotting victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. As if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. and that's making him appear extremely on edge. And that stands at the defense by Neepini's friend. Answer me this. Oh. What relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? His belief is that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. I'm guessing Morse code. This is a music box. It doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. I knew that the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. Acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
Sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music, but now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. You would enlighten us, my Neepini's friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it would be the death of your ill-informed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. Don't know what the answer is yet. Runo? I've just examined this music box very thoroughly. I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Okay, well, the music box isn't broken. It must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one in this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. Gonna have to press the defense for an answer. Your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all. So what the devil is it, counsel? Evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard. They'll point to one single answer now. Prosecution demands that my learned Neepini's friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of the latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, I'm gonna join all the dots together. Evidence explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box is. I want to double check this, because this feels like the most obvious out of place piece. Oh, apparently I didn't I forgot to examine that again after one of the saves. I actually am going to
Take that!
present today's paper. Today's paper, counsel. The line is pawnbroker perishes in pig purse plunder. Highly supportive of your cause? No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. This is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Oh, me, sir? Whatever's the matter. You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that is correct. the particular station where you work. Deals with the government, communications, and newspaper reports. Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Now tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code, but I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Please everyone, but this is high treason council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much vocabulary. What is this treason? What is capital punishment? The sorts of words I half expect you to know. For a sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill had perished. The all-important disc lay unclaimed at the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country. It would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. The corporal had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he'd have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGildy would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank, that being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. The heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed.
Hold it!
Now let's have a rapport, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Wayne Baddie's enough to sell her out of motherland. That's right. We're what they call three Skulkin brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. New communications officer can possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. Some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGill anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done was breaking up the gaff the other night, like what you sold to. If you know there was dodgy government secrets involved, we would have touched him. Mr. Skulkin? What Mr. do, Governor? What's up? I take it that you now admit to the crime, and on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as Party 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. Little Rotter, get us mixed up in all this monkey business. There's enough about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. What about the geezer shop it wasn't? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I'll admit it into the court record as evidence. Small music box has been entered in the court record.
Hold it!
Is the newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. No, stop. Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. Regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. The team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. Ms. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a high-skilled operator, currently in presence of idle. You had access to equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? Transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent and ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, must say something. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. He received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is a high-skilled operator, currently in presence of idle. Maybe Idle would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her items more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
They're not. To anyone with a brain, it would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. She looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I'm more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson, here in court. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? A short dot and a long dash. By combining these in different ways, you can construct letters. I see. For example, there's A, and there's B. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. Your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? The music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. What do you say about it? So frustrating, isn't it? I mean, if the government secrets are somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. There'd be something I haven't considered. Would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code? There's still every possibility this music box was instrumental in the leak of government secrets. That's a belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Japanese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Will it appear that defense is a hypothesis put forward? You better present your idea at once, Council. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? This mechanism turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? The movement, though, thanks to the comb with its teeth, are plucked by passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so that each one produces a different tone. This comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. What does that mean? It means no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music will make the same sound. You've never seen a music box like it before. It is strange, a music box that can only play a single tone. There must be some significance to that, surely. What is it right now? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Oh, you're right. Come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here it goes. Look at that, there's another movement on the underside. So does that mean it's not another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so, and it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked? If you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. We thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box. Movement is like the other one. Combs teeth are all the same length. This movement also only produces a single tone like the other one. It must do. But the length of the teeth of the 2 combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. Basically, each movement can only produce a single tone, or single note. The notes they produce are different. Music box can only play 2 tones.
Got it!
Good gracious, what I'm looking at here. Another movement on the other side of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you could put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 notes, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. It may remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus who had gilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Gray and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. But here it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Reno. You reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
2 months ago on the omnibus, McGilda killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in artisan quarters some years ago, but people there remember little about him. It doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. No brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only could find some evidence to link the two of them together. We have nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to the witness testimony.
Hold it!
Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it? Yeah, who else then? So me thought he was just popping over an adder after all them years, but the router had a dodgy job for us. Hey Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old...
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? No, Ash. I mean, look at him now in his fancy whistling flute, and you wouldn't admit it. He was younger. He's from the poor part of town just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had brains. He had the savvy. I'd come up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Well, ain't that the truth? Milverton and Skulkin's milk rum. That was a corker. Save until after the trial. Reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Well, the geezer asked us a question. He was answering. He did nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentiment and story be relevant somehow? My lord? Yes, counsel? Suppose that sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well. Counsel? I permit the brothers to supplement their testimony without detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, Skulkin's never Skulkin.
Hold it!
I'm sure gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? This is a scheme going back when we was youngsters, a bit of fun, really? The refreshment to the locals, that's what it was all about? That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name. The business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Overton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Great, I thought...
Hold it!
Enough of this. How much longer were we expected to listen to this drivel?
Objection!
I don't... Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... Where the Abbess of Holmes that one came from? His old man was struggling for money so much, so I fogged out on him. You took the name, Graydon then? But Ash always been Milverton to us. Milverton. That used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you think you can rely on that testimony of these two thieves? Your communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It'd be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Although it would appear that Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You're born Ashley Milverton, then? Is that correct? Very well, yes. But Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It turned out to be extremely important. All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in a serious matter of national security. Let's talk about interception of secret government messages is still conjecture at this stage. To explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? Negotiation Jenny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilden. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brigmaker, who was so horribly murdered. Only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. What are the key to us making headway to the cross-examination here? Could be those two brothers. I gotta check something in the court record.
Hold it!
Mason Milverton is the last name of the brickmaker. So that was what I was thinking. So let's skim past this. I'm assuming I can't link profiles, so I have to present the information from the prior case. Because I'm assuming that it's not going to be listed here.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I've gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiated with McGilden. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilden in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say. You collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilden. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it onto McGilden. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. It's presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilden went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilden managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, he appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilden had placed in pawn there. that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? You never knew nothing about that. And the night that Mr. Winterbank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Oh, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Winterbank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, the wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? This guy you know. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there, under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me, and as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Scouting my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. They're gonna go down without a fight until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is? Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you.
Hold it!
Little upstart. Made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station. But did thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? Possibility that I was there at the scene. I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, This makes me a key witness in the case, and I have my hands firmly around around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what? Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon, I trust you're fully aware of the implications here. It is shown that your claim is false. You will have incriminated yourself as the killer. I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. To explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. As ruffians were jousting with a broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When we went through Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued that man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole. I picked it up, made my escape. This is quite extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. It was my intention to testify this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. As I said, she was showered in his blood. I think they would have noticed that. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? I guess quite sure. All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Rio could someone be shown to harbor vestiges of blood? That would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. Here's to true science, not some amateur detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. Nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, their use must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom. Room is the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent to use, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Renault. Why not? Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. They tested with their chemicals. I'll be right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot. Well, that's Mr. Winterbank's blood. The stain is from 2 months ago. It's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Von Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. While we wait the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. And that blood in the overcoat? Gina will be. Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now. I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Hold it!
Mr. Winnebank emerged from the storm, I believe. Want to check one other thing first. I'm guessing there's no sign of Gina when they were knocked out. I feel like this is going to be the item I have to present, because even if they prove that there's blood on it, they can't prove when the blood was on it. You're gonna dash this guy on the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. Everyone's so scared on my life. They were just regular, mild-mannered burglars. That's all. They don't like violence. This is a pair carry gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. Broke away for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help either bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the blooming counter. The pumping gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. Pair of you setting up upon the poor defense's pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. Exactly at the moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. The bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winnebank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, no. I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. I pulled my gun on him. Tried to shove me out of the way. I discovered through that door out back. At which point, what did he do?
Hold it!
You mean you chase after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him at the back of the shop. What about those people in the door you mentioned? Unsurprising, storm door is a solid job, made of stout wood. There's a small opening in it, about head height, that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. What about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. It's enough of the sort. I doubt these two buffoons are even aware of the people's existence. Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winnebank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them had noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
So when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. That was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as you've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. The bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other. Then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. It was at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over. As to the people, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, but with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, but that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it? No, that's right. Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill stabbed him 2 months ago. So naive, if they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Hold it!
I think I gotta present the ticket. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. As the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? Couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went picking it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. It was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. Left it clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? Made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. Thanks, sir. It's a blue mum sometimes. That's paying enough, my guy. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? Like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen. Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you're just violently shaking, Mr. Skulkin? I mean, this deed's a bit of an hooliganity. What was going on just now? He saw me, grabbed me. At the blaze, he said, "Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station?" Why didn't you? You know nothing about it. With that flame of people in the door? Sorry about that. I can be prone to loosen my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? For blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, he gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He would normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Regsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think he might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord? Asking your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination? Explain yourself, officer. At the results of the test was ordered earlier, my lord. The blood on the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. Report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. To the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. See, what did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What other makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak, isn't that right, my news friend? Sorry. 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGild's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was color-belly disgrace, treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can be done. But, use Mr. Shum's special formula. Mr. Shum's a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? Rowski to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Blake Shum's is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid. The conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Been a long battle, this one. This old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
It would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how's it all unraveling on me so fast? Very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Would you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You live the report now. That'll be all, thank you. There occurs to me some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. Scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Mr. Sholmes. What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. So I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Really, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you'll humor me. What manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. No more than 5 minutes? Would be so kind as to spare us the time. What say you to this, Lord Von Zeeks? The trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Having spent so long already? So they haven't spent so long already? Don't want to go waste any more precious time. I'm being called, so I'll be right back. Welcome back. As I say, has been already. It would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. And your fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, you are alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand man I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. This place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Oh well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of a sport to assist me in my investigations. Never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, and oversight on my part. Right, modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this. My dear fellow. What's that, a lavender Ferocity wrapping? A leaving present for Mrs. Sato. For Mrs. Sato. If possible, manage to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded. That you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, won't want to do, would find yourself in a considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. Leaving a present from Sato-san, whatever could it be? What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. What is this? It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it Cat Flap Mat. Make cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever do you mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windibanks in pursuit of thieves, Miss Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Sato uses cat flap mat that night, but why? Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. Need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jury's unanimous in the leadings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. My lord, the defense requests. Ooh, that's actually a tough one. Because we're given a piece of evidence. But I think the jury is gonna be pretty hard set in their ways. So I think actually, if I'm thinking about the order of operations, I think we have to do the summation examination first because I already cast the verdict. But I'm wondering why it gives me this option at all then. I guess I'm trying to think of how this could possibly play into it. Those vicious teeth look like they grip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of special alloy I developed just for the shop. The counter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. But what are the two parts at the top there? Those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match the machine for power to make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. It sounds charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flapomat is that it's a grim weapon for door destruction. Why is so adorable? There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Let me say time to think. Need time to think. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry. Misato's gracious gesture. Just found a piece of evidence she left you go to waste. Found a piece of... It's not time for inaction. Time to hear from a witness. But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point. Hello, Stitch. Thanks for stopping by. I think it's a Hurley means right now. Have you forgotten where we are in the trial?
Hold it!
So I think I have to do the summation first.
Objection!
Or apparently we could just cross-examine. Jurors are spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection!
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, continue with one of an existing witness. It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Because you're alleged with permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Oh, the cross-examination is paused but never continued. Nobody can say anything then. Bruno has to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I'd remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? We will not press the witness any further. My lord? Yes, my lord? A single statement, a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. And he's dead. Stand so gently before the court in a state of such high fever, either met an extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. Imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike him when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, be fully prepared. One statement, one piece of evidence. Limit jumps down, or Iris. I won't waste those final chances Sato has given me. It's going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I've outlined, I resume the cross-examination. I think I know what it wants me to do. But I think I'm gonna save it just to be safe. I think the twist is that the peephole didn't exist until later on. For two reasons. One is, looking at the door, it actually very clearly appears after the shooting. Now that I'm actually looking at it. Which means that the peephole was not actually in the door when the shooting took place.
Objection!
What if there's that eccentric contraption, counsel? That's my cat flap, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and makes a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. This would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. As the 3 of us were together, and this recently come to my attention, that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There's a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. It's ludicrous, what are you trying to say? Of course there was people in the door. I said as much as my testimony. What else could I have witnessed the crime for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What?
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant, using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene, whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is the most serious act of vandalism. Which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based on what he witnessed through the people in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that people did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? I guess I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd, I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Becky, time for dinner. I 10. Important evidence. Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. What does that make? A cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey? I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Window Bank was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? Cat flaps my cat flap-o-mat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people window banks are an exact match. Well, Slicky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend. It's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let's assume the people has dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Von Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device, but now the perpetrator has returned to her native land. She cannot testify that fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Be that as so, Lord Von Zieks. Well, counsel? Don't go up now, Renault. This is time to create your own opening and force your way through. I know if I can do this. But I do know one thing. Sato is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. Counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim he made. Proof that the people in the door at Window Bank storm was created after the event and not before.
Take that!
What are you? Prepare for that detective's infernal camera again? My judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato Mikitoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it all shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of any people of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly witness the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. I set the control down to take a drink and accidentally hit the court record. I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. I learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, Gula's warlord Franziques. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. Now it's shot in the arm. It's true. That's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Tilly can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Herlero says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did he give false testimony to the court, but the lies he told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony. Reason that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is a provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. Inconsistency is by the lies in the witnesses' statements. Mr. Green had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, shouldn't have known anything about the blood stains on the coat. The third gun he would have known about because he was briefed on it. Blood stains that were present on Mrs. Straight's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously because I saw her do it through the people in the... The point is not that you lie in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. Not making any sense. Let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, witness? People in the door was made after the incident occurred. Once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? I guess that the people would have also been correct. Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So you have the order to have officers working around the clock and shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. The fact that its existence forms the base of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Von Ziegs? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony. So if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon? You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person it could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Oh, it's gonna be the inspector.
Take that!
Truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You better have some proof to substantiate this rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact. We've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. Learned of it during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such a time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. He's suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella? I was to his lordship chambers during the recess in any case. Had he forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then they've been in full view of the stand. Such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There's one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. I guess now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Richie McGill's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. The tow rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? I'd be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection.
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is a sneaking student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to the baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Is what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon. And logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Who do you think it could be? It's a missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Press you for an answer now, counsel. Evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness. It's gonna be the music box, because of the way the box is set up, there has to be a second disc.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson? Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another, very important case? What? Are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How believe, nor could you? We discovered during the course of this trial a music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilden. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It seemed very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilden's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the disc containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the disc for the details of the case. You little. On the day of the incident, we met you at Windibanks. You said this. Let me tell you whatever it is McGill is down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? The Max McGilda was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? Trying to bet this man and giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
If, and I stress, if this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Outrageous, then, you mean to say? Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes.
defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They can only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Grexy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please. Order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's gonna agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you would be deemed unfit for court service, and this trial would end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Reno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord? You so persist in formality requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects. What if we search someone else? As a defense, formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. Your typical Newbie stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. It's gonna be the other brother. Because when the inspector shook him,
Objection!
the defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? Of course you shouldn't put up with this nonsense, you're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Resuming what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect him and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense's counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure I know who has a disc at this moment. There's only one person it can be.
Take that!
But my lord, Mr. Nash Skalkin. Well, I never. Me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard has to object to the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have authority to object. But, Lord Von Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. No, I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I know nothing about it, nothing. That is the second music box disc, left behind by Magnus McGilden. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Mr. Skalkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean, just Gordon Flame Bennett. So I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no. Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc the inspector traded for the information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skalkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. It and all. Thought my noggin was gonna fall clean off, it did. I was wishing. I'm born as whoever I was. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? Ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me. Whistled like that and started shaking me. I blazed, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said. He yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. Head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself, in order to hide the disc. Bless my wig, he hid it? You. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? As a court of law, he could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. However not. As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Hush hush, a top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating on direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skalkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket? It was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection.
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. That is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is young Easterman's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... what? What about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to make a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Agent to the jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So as members of the public of this fine country, I like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time they put the matter to jury for their final leanings. And as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. As he is a dependable man, quite sure, in service one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case, it's all blurred to me. As a fellow of profession, I like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, firmly in presence of idol. The detective has very much trust in his eyes. More than this I cannot say. I don't believe it, those 6 jurors are. They're gonna believe Gregson. And they declare the decision now. Is Jean gonna be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Is some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winnebank? Or stole those government secrets? Some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I pose the jurors to declare their final decisions now. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. The judge calling the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty. There's no choice, Henry, now. You have to throw some more evidence at them. Is it now? It all comes down to this. Represent the evidence against Gregson or Graydon. Judge Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? You refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with a witness here today. Then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence. Thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get the detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. So I don't exactly know how to present this one, because the piece of evidence would be the other music disc. But I don't have, like, even though the disc exists, I can't, like, select it. So do I have to select the music box?
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box console? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time. With the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, the disc. Console? No, wait. I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. You know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go let the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. You've let the secret information out of the public domain. You'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. You continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I'll stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Von Ziegs. For Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. Very well, the defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with a second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloom box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop, what are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer says. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when you approached me with a deal. Shut up, you imbecile. The detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? May I have something you're looking for, Inspector? With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I can't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal, and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. People in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still reveal those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Oh, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing, and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with an inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You're the third intruder broken into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windibank. Bailiff, restrain that man. At once. That's it then. It's all over. I despise my life growing up. The slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, son of a penniless artisan. Parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. I said about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. You eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to steal government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out. With more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You the queer talent, so you are. You have money to throw your way if you're interested. All I need to do is go along with me a little plan now. I was to the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. Lure the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. We must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. It's Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He once went a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Lucy Ashley, what a fine gent you've become. He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's why I had to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You're taking considerable precautions indeed. This should protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged it with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then I received the second disc. You'd pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened at the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes, I sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. Why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. Gilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. When he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. I'm into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs. I'd asked him to make, he never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. After 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, Gilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses arrived. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGill himself has shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters in my own hands to deliver the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything's ready, sir. Please find me in the courtroom. Just gonna skim over the flashback. That policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded uses wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence, threaten witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. His omnibus was doused in paraffin. One of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something for the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box needed to play them. Oh, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery? It is a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give it a name. Just hand over the ticket, and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. Bet you good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbroker being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Miss Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that other night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Mr. Gina. Remember now, that when he first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago? You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? In the trial, the pickpocket's testimony is clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. Realized immediately that she was another McGilda's pawns. He must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. Yeah, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilda's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation of the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to cover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. But I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night? With the hope of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. Postage. Who judges the judge when they judge? The court of public opinion. What happened the night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe it as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilda on the shelves of forfeited articles. The second disc was inside. As I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. Redo my shop. A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. Broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb? Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. I struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash or Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. It's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Earlier you called McGilda a monster. A man used his wealth and influence to distort the facts, and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you've done, it's exactly the same. You become the very monster you saw, and despise so deeply in McGilda. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, It seems that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord. Of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector. And inexcusable. Oof. Now the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It's time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Circulator Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. You now declare your final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Let's step him off the hook. Finally, Runa. Finally managed to do it. Finally is the word I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Please are right, you're the best lawyer in the world. Mrs. Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems. There's nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Just sounds getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. Turn attention to the defense. Told me that when played together, the music box disc contained a message, and Morse code was, well, was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friends' courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding the government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Oh. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done. So, I might say something on that point. Isn't that? It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder. That was really Morse code at all? What? What are you saying, madam? Oh well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. In a healthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those 2 discs were nothing more than that. Meaning a series of 2 different tones. What? Could that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? The defense would like to listen to the music box again. After you're done, how many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. You know McGilda conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man is admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Mrs. Lestrade? Yeah, my lord? That which we have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Funny enough, I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, gotta start at something. Gotta start at home. Gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I go look forward to the born-again Mrs. Trade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery, business on Baker Street, I declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Bring on the confetti. That is all. The court is adjourned. On a personal note, I must say you surprised me, my far distant friend. Oh. The being Japanese, you saw the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. At the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether from the Empire of Great Britain or Empire of Japan, all human beings, we're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. One day when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So farewell, my learning Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. It's done, it's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Missioner Odo. Believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. It's odd about it. I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, you see. Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. I don't think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, worked something out quite recently too. Trusting someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. Thank you to thank for reminding you of that valuable lesson. Well, if you say so. It make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, it's been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose it would feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trust someone else is, you know, alright. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After the experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. What the deuce does man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. It was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. You people, with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes. This was me all along. See? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed it was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. However, above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. What a great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Fair to you in some way, Mrs. Strayed. We've been having snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What that's supposed to mean? I'm so half-hearted. Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal on trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well then, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the raper, you mean? Because anyone who was found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway? Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Oh, of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like... him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. You won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that bog trotter, but around to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs. Or him upstairs. Make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though the Reaper taking matters in his own hands and claiming lives is another. But I like the McGillids of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? Training which is to be admired, Mrs. Strayed. But you give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal, was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. There you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? I was saying to the main entrance, especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear. I do apologize. Wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as the bailiff. These girls didn't even notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? Sorry, Hurley, but you don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really have to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. We won't be able to come, will you? I feel like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering? Taking the box cutter stuff while it was in the log? I still think I find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't no offense. It's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. This got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. Something for them a lot like me from the slums. Something makes a difference for them. Wonderful idea, Ginny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Is Ginny Lestrade? The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right, well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Or Otto? Yes? What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase. There are two missing from your vocabulary, Mrs. Strayed. On occasion such as this. I recognize symbol, thank you. Oh. Oh yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything. What you've done. For believing in me? Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Oh, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Oh well, quit the indomitable pig purse. I nearly forgot. I have a paper outside. It's a special edition. There's trials all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. You'd have been thrilled. I know how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. There you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It's a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? A huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we're still making time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. And beware of a number of rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. Wait for it then. To London, Victoria. That takes somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie Bum must be about to leave now. Mrs. Sato, where are you? Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Sato, wait. What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? Came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see? Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea? It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I know we're really practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You, Sato? Am I correct in assuming it's because of the people, Mr. Sato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How do you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. I guess we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? Yeah, pickpocketing, I mean. But that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. It was so important. You should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat. I put it up my sleeve. Really? Then, I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... after Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. The door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So I used the cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door. I captured a photographic print of the shop. one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the People was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. When I looked through the hole in the door, decided that met my eyes, made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier. Trial Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. Made British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would have never done such a thing. Worried that the true couple would try to frame her for the crimes. That's right. Then I realized it'd be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Other crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which, a People would be the very thing. Only the People I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. The possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the People to anyone, not even to the police. I know. I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Shobes. Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the People could save him. That was my plan. We'll just think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. Mrs. Sauter decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Mrs. Strade's. Mrs. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What he did isn't comparable to what he did. Grain is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that People as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the People inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Is that what he did? Save Gina's life. With your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo. You saved me too, for my regrets. Well, you must be thankful that Mrs. Strade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. It wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. He said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we were talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher, to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. What? Well, that can be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote down during the trial before, when the messages were playing on the music box. The transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying? That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. What I think is based on the Iroha program, or pangram, isn't it? You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Alright, so would you let me see that? Sada, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Guess I spent some time studying it. Yes, I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. And might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. What can this possibly mean? Whatever's in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Sato-san's face. There's no doubt about this message is written in Japanese Morse code. The British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why was his name on that disc? Second is A. Shin. Shin, I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson. Gregson. I've seen Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing in the secret government communication as well? And the last name? What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. What is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought? Those discs contained a Japanese Morse code. Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It appeared this particular message is communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then? Where Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well. No. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with a surname Wilson. There must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. It's so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. I hear the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll stay on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. Really going then, Susie? Wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Sato. Thank you so much. Wish all of you the very best. Mrs. Sato, I'd hope to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? And I don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? By your manuscript. I guess the Hound of the Baskervilles. We're waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? You remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. Remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Sato takedown? Remember what I'm talking about after that. Strange from being thrown together as you were in that case, I somehow felt straight away. You are the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Mrs. Sato? My instincts are right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Because such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, explain everything, and how it was all your fault. I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Sato, you're really defending yourself in court. It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man to do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind? Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. I still love Runa's words. I know just the ones he'll use here. I must say.
Objection!
Okay, done with the first volume. That last chapter went on a lot longer than I thought it was gonna. The following weeks, hundreds of millions of boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot. Though it transpired, I had ordered them all myself to advertise them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. The money I've earned consulting detective work pays with pins by comparison. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Early usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. Some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfast. Finish your testimony. It's riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Inosuno is his father's innocent man, calling my son a liar. And this is why Cormer's no place for your petty arguments. Having delivered the Russian dance to the shore in Shanghai, I lay low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I happened an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. Did nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket, then bring some kids on board, and suddenly, he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair. Scientific investigation would be the gold standard for policing in the new age. A dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds to my next appointment. Oh. Yeah, especially with the investigation taking me like 3 hours, I did not expect this to be another 6. Latest Rand's magazine's out. I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Want to hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Leadership puts me to shame. But yeah, as I mentioned, I'm probably going to wait a little while before getting into Volume 2. But I will probably eventually play Volume 2. See the girl on a daily basis, of course. Joining my old jailbird. Let's say, buying those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the Dicky Peg. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business taped up, I say. But the gossipy neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. And I'm gonna wait on this Volume 2 for a couple reasons. One is because this game is very taxing on my voice, and I do speak regularly for work. Oh, he's back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper. Nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. Better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, the dropped 8 pennies, the lovely wife. Yeah, part of the thing is I don't want to do too short of streams of this, because I don't want like the Volume 2 of this to be like another 7 parts, ideally. This thing will be doing time for a bit now. Iris comes every day for a natter. It ain't too boring. Says going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting. When we get into them. And also, I want to get into some shorter games for at least a little bit, because I have been playing some that have lasted me several months now, so I want to maybe try something, mix it up a bit. This right now is my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets? Please. Give her bruv. Like the Ash we used to know. The time here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, right? You must go once it's milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. Past 6 months, the times to remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. Come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruto-san, I promise, your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories. And a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Okay, it seems like we're at the final credit scene. So yeah, that's one of the 3 games that I've been playing through, finished up. Not counting Volume 2, which I'll get to later on. It's not to say I won't try to chip away at it when I'm just kind of in the mood for a storytime game, but this is definitely going to drop even lower in priority than it already has if I do continue on into the 2nd volume. Just to not punish my voice too much trying to power through the 2nd volume. But other than that, I still have to finish up Stranger's Paradise, which I'm almost done with. And other than that, it's just maybe working on, I think this weekend I might play some Chrono Cross since it has been a few weeks. And then I wanted to pick up Bayonetta 2 as my next game to start. If I work in a 3rd game, I don't know what one I would want to do. Part of me was thinking Xenoblade 2 because of Xenoblade 3 coming out so soon. The other part of me was thinking maybe a Metroid to get, like, say, Metroid Fusion out of the way, because I still want to finish up all the 2D Metroids at some point. I feel like I want to avoid bigger games though, so even though I was thinking of trying the Yakuza franchise, I think that's too much of a commitment. Again, with Xenoblade 3 just a few months down the line, I don't really want to commit to like another 60-hour game, also having just finished up Horizon. But if I think of another game that I'm in the mood for, I might swap something else in. But at the very least, I do want to get Bayonetta 2 is the main one that I want to get out of the way. Because I would really like to have that one beat before Bayonetta 3 actually gets a release date. Because it's still set to come out this year. as I have to say, this is kind of a nice way to reminisce on the volume, showing the transition of the character and the partner, and then going through each of the cases, as well as when they introduce the other characters. But yeah, overall, as an Ace Attorney game, I generally enjoy this one. I would say it felt a bit easier than the other ones. Like, I think the only really major curveballs they threw at me were more so in the last case. And it was only really that one section that really threw me off because I wasn't sure exactly where they wanted those two placements to be. Because I guess it's like they wanted the victim to be absolutely in the storeroom. They didn't want it to be in the doorway, which was the part that confused me, because I was trying to put him like in the doorway or leaving the store as opposed to at the scene. Because they implied that the door had to be shut when it didn't. There wasn't really anything to say that it had to be shut other than the dialogue leading up to it. Other than that, this game felt, as far as Ace Attorney games go, fairly easy. They still worked in some neat new systems. I think the investigation, like, breakdowns with Sholmes are really fun. The jury is a nice touch to mix up the case flow. But I would say they did get a little bit overused in some cases. Like, I felt like they were too willing to jump to conclusions, and I think part of that was the gimmick early on, and then it just kind of became a frequent occurrence. But that's the end of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. And overall, as an Ace Attorney game, I enjoyed it. I do think it left a lot of open endings that I still have to wait through. But overall, this was a nice experience, even though it was a bit difficult to stream, as especially like the last time I streamed it when my voice just kind of gave out. But yeah, eventually I'll either pick up the second one or I'll slowly chip away at it one volume at a time, whichever it happens to lean towards. That's gonna be it for me today. And let's see who's on. I think I'm gonna go say hi to Mr. Pig. Who's doing Xenoblade 2 as well. And yeah. So next stream will probably be Chronicles. Unless I just really want to get a head start in Bayonetta 2, but I'm leading Chronicles. And then I'll try to finish up Stranger of Paradise either on Sunday or Wednesday, whichever day ends up working out better. But that's it for me today. Bye-bye.